Ну чё, ребят, всем привет. Чё-то как-то сегодня вечер не задался. В общем-то, просто скучно. Чё-то даже играть ни во что не хочется. В общем, вот такие вот дела. Ничего душа не хочет, ничего душа не желает. Я бы что-нибудь поиграл, да, что-то не хочется. Да, скучно. Определенно скучно, однако. А что такое порубать, чтобы скучно не было? А, все понемножку. Давайте хоть сюда. Блин, честно, ребят, вообще нет, не знаю, даже не то, что желание играть. Просто игры какие-то не впечатляющие. Вот серьезно. А те, что, ну, знаете, как-то интересуют, у них нет логического конца. Вот такая вот фиговина. Ого. А замес этой дороги.
Б, третий этаж.
Мне, блин, сейчас показалось. началось.
Все должны следовать приказам, домовики.
Оп. АВТ. Блин. АВТ даже точности ждать нельзя. Там было шебуршание. Ага, вижу. Ага. Вот это лажа.
У них на лидах пустая, ребят.
Ух ты ж. Да. Близко бьет.
Бросаю дымовую.
Бросаю дымовую!
Берегитесь вверх. Никакой пощады.
Захватываю район, как командир!
Шалок. Scheiße. Извини.
Scheiße! Меня прижали! Прикройте меня, прикройте! Одну секунду. Verdammt!
Прикройте меня.
Как не вовремя! Прикройте меня!
Тысячников. Может быть, он еще жив?
Никого.
Команда хорошая была бы, можно было бы. Парня, почему вы не разбираетесь?
Меня зацепило! Остановлюсь на секунду. Его убили!
На тебе гранату.
Где-то там! Ложись!
Оу.
Еще один убит!
Минус. На тепечка. На очко присел.
Не знаю зачем. Но мы на улице спавнили, как дебилы, поотдыхали.
Ложись, проклятие!
Тихо, тихо, тихо. Черт, вот долбит.
У нас потери!
Такс. Ты тут alone?
Помогите по подвалам пройти.
Да. Посмотрим, что у нас там. Так, это свой.
Где-то там! Будьте начеку!
Ой, блин, меня ведь не слышно, наверное. Фак.
Никому не высовываться!
Черт, никого не вижу.
Я знаю. Они где-то рядом.
Ой, привет. А вот это мне нравится больше.
Где-то там. Ну же!
Тихонечко. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Блед. Бывает. Но я убил 3. Это уже кое-чего стоит.
Прикройте меня! У нас потери!
Буб. Не, никого я своей гранат не угостил.
Что происходит? Они бегут!
Я его прижал! Уходите с флангов!
Стреляют, ложись!
Так, ищем. Покажи.
Это война!
Стоп.
Ивана пощады не давал!
Тихо. Блин, ушел засранец. Да.
Давай, крыса!
Прикройте меня!
Кто-нибудь видит врага?
Буб. Есть тут кто?
Я твою вонь отсюда чую!
Это свой. О. Ай, красиво. Никого. Но идти на что... Оу.
Сын, слушай, прикончи меня! Давай!
Зато папашу дали. Тоже. Может, по подземельям пройтись? Хотя нет, это уже финальная ветка. Не пойдет. Прицельно. По-современному.
Убить его!
Ой, здрасте. Где он меня? О, далековато. Ну ничего, дойдем. Так, копаемся поглубже в землю. Приветик. Не. Атас! Буп. Даже так. Предусмотрительно. Одобряю. Победа. Ну вот. Воевать против игроков это вот так вот. Блин, ну а чтобы еще пробовать-то? В любом случае, сейчас решим попозже. Пум. Я вернулся. Блин, какого хрена? О. Я даже не знаю, во что еще порубать. Green Hell. Я один. Форест. Нет. Симулятор вора. Надоело. Самое скучное. Может, на эпиках что-нибудь интересненькое есть. Что у нас тут? Оно. Пройдем вдоль поперек. Surviving the Aftermath. Ну, блин, бесконечная игра. Crimes and Punishments. Ну это как раз Шерлок, World War Z. В одиночку скучно. Division. This War of Mine. Блин. Что-то прям... Я даже не знаю, что объяснить, как это объяснить. Да. Ходячие мертвецы. Ай, блин. Ни на что, ребят, сил нет. Даже не то, что сил, желания. Хотя... Думаю, можно в Шерлока порубать. Чё бы и да. Пусто. Сейчас, ребят, у нас все загрузится, я выведу игру. Да. Давайте продолжаем. Посмотрим, может, что-нибудь такое зацепит. Так, стоп. Окей, поехали. Эбби Грейндж. Теперь бы еще управление вспомнить.
Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, here you are. I'm very glad that you have come, but perhaps I should not have troubled you after all.
And why is that?
Lady Brackenstall has come to her senses, and she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do. You remember that Lewisham gang of burglars?
What, the three Randalls?
Exactly. The father and two sons. It's their work. They stole a silver service, which is of great value.
Sir Eustace Brackenstall is dead, then?
Yes. His head was knocked in with his own poker.
A violent act of aggression.
Yes, the poor lady. She has had a most dreadful experience. She was assaulted and tied to a chair. But I think that you would best see her and hear her account of the facts. She's in the morning room with her maid, Teresa Wright.
Where is the body of the deceased?
In the dining room. We haven't touched anything.
All right, I'm going to examine it.
Very good, Watson.
Lady Brackenstall awaits you in the morning room.
Sir Warthen Brackenstall. Lord Brigham Brackenstall. Lord Ramsay Brackenstall. Baron Lyndon Brackenstall.
Так, бонжур.
Ladies, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting Inspector Lestrade in this investigation.
Mr. Holmes, I am the wife of Sir Eustace Brackenstall. We were married only a year ago.
I am sorry for your loss. Please accept my deepest condolences.
I suppose that it is no use my attempting to conceal that our marriage has not been a happy one. I fear that all would tell you that,
Владь,
even if I were
привет.
to attempt to deny it.
Так, давайте сперва ее осмотрим. Итак, свежие синяки, бледные щеки, золотая брошь кенгуруему из Австралии, элегантное платье, обручальное кольцо, старые синяки.
You mentioned that your marriage was not a happy one. Was there anything specific that was troubling you?
Как дела в
He
изоляции?
was not a nice man when he was...
Блин, честно, я схожу с ума. Вот реально, ни больше, ни меньше. Мне скучно. Раз. Я... Вот единственное, как развлекаюсь, когда хожу на работу. Если коротко, я прочитал все книги, которые у меня были. Я прошел все игры, у которых есть сюжетный конец. Скорее, я прошел еще год назад. Я сделал вот по дому, сука, все, что можно было. И вот пока я сидел, я придумал 3 новых коктейля. Все их опробовал, довел до совершенства и забыл. Ну, в плане, не в плане того, что забыл рецепт, а в плане того, что... Типа, блядь, ну, камон, это такая скука. Вот у меня есть лист меди. Листовая медь. Толщина 1,5 миллиметра. 30 на 25, кажется. Я его отполировал с 2 сторон и загладил край. Братан, мне скучно.
Drunk, and he suffered from dark moods, but nothing else.
The bruises on your hands are at least 1 week old. Your husband caused those bruises?
Oh, do you? Yes, he did. He was very angry at the time. Out of control. Again. Sir Eustace was a drunkard. To be tied to such a man for life is worse than death.
Can you describe to me the events of yesterday evening?
Is it really necessary? I have already told Inspector Lestrade all that happened.
Yes, madam, it is.
I will tell you then. Sir Eustace retired about 10:30. I sat in this room until after 11, absorbed in a book. Before I went upstairs, I entered the dining room to fetch a candle and... Oh God.
Please, go on.
As I approached the French window, I found myself face to face with an elderly, broad-shouldered man who had just stepped into the room. Close behind the first man, I saw 2 others. One of them struck me a savage blow with his fist and felled me unconscious to the ground. When I came to myself, I found that they had secured me tightly to a dining room chair. It was at that instant my unfortunate husband entered the room.
He fought with the intruders?
Yes, I think he had heard them, for he was holding his stick. But they were 3, and he eventually succumbed. One of them, the elder one, struck him a terrible blow with the poker. I fainted once more. When I opened my eyes, they had withdrawn. Then my brave Teresa came to my assistance.
Так, что пропало?
Did these 3 villains steal anything?
Yes, I found that they had taken the silver from the sideboard. But you can see for yourself in the dining room.
Your ladyship?
Ваша светлость. Так, давайте осмотрим мадаму, ее горничную. Сперва составим портрет. Сперва осмотрим ее. Так, желтые глаза. Морщины. Она уже не молода, мадемуазель. Пятно от кофе. Загрубелые руки. И носовой платок. Ага. Так. Прошлая
As I
ночь.
sat by my bedroom window, I saw 3 men in the moonlight down by the lodge gate. But I thought nothing of it at the time. Oh, if I'd known.
And then?
I went to bed, and it was more than an hour.
Влад, вот честно, знал бы ты, какой контингент ко мне на работу привозят, вот серьезно. Не хочу сказать ничего конкретного, блин, даже не подумай. Но вот камон, если бы половина алкашей решила, ну скажем так, устроить поножовщину, то половина из этих пропитых алкашей оказались бы у меня. Вот, блять, вот. И вот самое главное, главврач. Вот говорит: все будет хорошо. Все будет нормально. Не надо волноваться. При этом сам. Вот, блин, в респираторе с двумя фильтрами категории А1. В перчатках. И, блин, вот... Единственное, вот, пожалуй, что хорошо, то, что нам, блин, хотя бы в превентивной мере ну, типа, противочумники выдали 2 штуки на 3 человек. Зашибись. В общем, не самое приятное время. Я просто, блин, я не то что даже боюсь, я просто заебался. Блин, слушай, ладно. Знаешь, сейчас, погодь, откинусь немножко назад. О, да-да-да, спинка отдохнет. Знаешь, Влад, такое очень странное состояние, когда тебе чего-то хочется, чего не знаешь, и вот у тебя даже мысли нет о том, что это может быть. То есть, выпить не хочется, поиграть не, книжку почитать, да ну его в задницу, бабу не. Вот что-то... Ну, просто представь то, что вот в неделю ты, получается, 5 дней проводишь в полной заперти. Ну, самый максимум тебе повезет. И, то есть, ну, ты, если вот реально по нужде сходишь в магаз закупиться. А так, на природу хочется, на речку. Шашлыки пожарить. По лесу погулять, грибы пособирать. Знаешь, вот такая хрень очень странная. Что-то между меланхолией и депрессией. Вот. Я даже слов таких не знаю. А у меня, между прочим, высшее образование. Хочется даже какого-то покоя. Вот, блин, вот в прошлом году ходил в поход на неделю в лес. Ни единого человека. Вокруг природа. Белки вон по деревьям шастают, грибы растут размером с шляпкой с кулак. Даже, знаешь, не вот конкретно вот сами шашлыки, вот не конкретно вот мясо на палке, а сейчас, погоди, сформулирую. Ты чувствуешь себя немного ближе к природе. А не в том плане, типа, ох, какое охуенное дерево, дай-ка я его выебу в дупло. Нет. Именно вот запах леса, то есть хвоя, лиственница, грибочки, всякие ягодки. Ты слышишь, как белки шебуршат наверху, слышишь, как птицы орут. Непонятно, правда, зачем. Ну, у каждого свои прибабахи. Речка журчит. Опять же, насобирал веток. Разжег костер. Посидел, позалипал в огонь. Потом позалипал в уголь. Потом подкинул еще дров. Пожарил сосисочки. Картошку запек. Вот понимаешь, мил человек, какая шляпа. А к речке вышел, ботинки снял, в песок, ногами в песок зарылся, жопу приземлил и просто сиди себе. Наслаждайся видами. Лес зеленый, небо голубое, речка такая же. Рыбки плещутся, рыбаки матерятся. Блин, левый глаз бы сейчас отдал за то, чтобы вообще людей не стало. Ну, не знаю, там, может, 120 оставить. Ну, чтобы так по миру равномерно размазать. Ну, я думаю, ты меня поймешь. Ну, не знаю, вот... Я не до конца уверен, существует ли такой термин в психологии, социологии. Альтернативная социализация. Ну, предположим, я его так назову. То есть, когда ты не разговариваешь с людьми, а просто хотя бы их видишь. То, что ты понимаешь, то, что, блядь, камон, я не один такой долбоёб. Вот такие вот дела. Ладушки. Так, ой, курва, руку нахуй свело руку. О, года. Так. Опа-на. Поехали.
After that I heard my mistress scream. And down I ran, to find her tied to the chair and him on the floor with his head smashed. That's all I know.
Very, very interesting. Так.
These scratches are most definitely made by the picture frame.
Опа-на.
This is Sir Eustace's safe. There may be something important inside. I must ask Lady Brackenstall to open it. This photograph of Lady Brackenstall and her maid Teresa was taken at a port, but which one? So the lady and her maid came from Australia a year and a half ago on this ship.
Гибралтарский камень. Хорошо. А если я только это.
Lady Brackenstall.
No, it is my husband's.
We have.
Мы должны.
Your ladyship.
Your
My
ladyship.
mistress is very tired. Can't you allow her to her room?
Так, отставить. Осмотреть стол. Чечочки. Газетка. Банда Рэндаллов. Ба-ба-ба-ба-ба-бам. Угу. 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 Такс. Так, отставить. Высок крепко сложен. Высок крепко сложен.
The description of the Randall gang provided by Lady Brackenstall is identical to the one in the Times article.
Ну, предположим, пока так. Закинем, так сказать, фальсификацию. Нет. Ладно, с этой версией мы потом еще поработаем. Ага.
You should examine the body of Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
Отставить. Оставить в юноше. По-любому здесь есть что-то, что скрыто от глаз.
The hunting sea.
Так, давайте
These
осмотрим.
wine bottles are expensive and mostly from France. This candlestick is valuable. It is interesting that it was not also stolen. An empty silverware box. It appears that the intruders have stolen the contents. A bottle of wine is missing here. The criminals did not thoroughly ransack the house. They only took a little silverware. Sailor's knots. That's interesting. This rope was handled by the murderers. We need a scent hound to follow their trail. I will take it with me. This is the chair that Lady Brackenstall was tied to. There is beeswing at the bottom, as if the wine had not been decanted before being poured. This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing. This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing. It is rather strange that only one of these glasses has dregs of beeswing inside it, while the other two are clear. A decanter standing next to the open bottle, an inseparable pair indeed. Chateau Calon-Ségur, French wine, Grand Cru.
А вот это интересненько. Давайте подумаем. Зачем кому-то взбалтывать вино? Ну, декантация, это понятно, декантер. Один взболтанный, два нет. Но, судя по всему, преступник явно не так прост. Он знает, как декантировать вино. Не то чтобы это пипец сложно, но сам факт.
So, Watson, what have you learned from examining Sir Eustace's body?
Well, I can confirm that the death was instant. Sir Eustace was facing his attacker when he received the blow to his head. There are no other apparent injuries.
Quite a large stick, a formidable weapon. That must be the murder weapon.
Давайте глянем.
The head was cracked with the force of the blow. Barefoot, he had therefore been in bed and did not have time to fully dress.
Петь, привет.
It is covered in blood. Sir Eustace might have struck his head upon it while falling from the blow. That is one possible explanation.
Каминная полка.
It appears that the bell rope was cut by someone taller than me. A fur trader's cabin.
Очень интересно. Я бы даже сказал, любопытно. Итак. Так. Предположим. Нет, тут... Удар кочергой. Maybe. Так, окей. Пока у нас есть Очень мало улик. Меня смущает то, что...
That must be the murder weapon.
Меня смущает то, что на кочерге нет крови. Очень смущает. Mucho interesante. Осмотреть комнату, где отдыхает леди Брэкстоу. Оформим.
There are 3 glasses on the dining.
Oh, I forgot. When I came to myself, they might have been a father and his 2 sons.
Your ladyship?
Please leave my Mary alone. She suffered so much, she deserves some...
Let us try to open this safe. This safe can be cracked. I only have to pay attention. The dial will vibrate when it is set to the correct number.
Есть. Ну-ка посмотрим.
Antique coins, possibly of value, but they're scattered without care. It is common practice to keep one's valuables in a safe behind a painting. It should not really pose a challenge for a criminal.
Так, серьезное опасение. Такс. Интересненько.
Oh, what a horror.
Sir Eustace's doctor speaks of his violent behavior.
Yes, Sir Eustace was an extremely violent man. A detestable human being, to be more precise. It is true that he once threw a decanter at me, and all because I dared to stand up to him in defence of my mistress. Sly devil. God forgive me that I should speak of him so now that he's dead, but a devil he was, if ever one walked the earth. We met him only 18 months ago. She'd only just arrived in London. Yes, it was her first voyage. She'd never been from home before. Wonder with his title and his money and his false London ways. If she made a mistake, she has paid for it, if ever a woman did. She doesn't have any friends here, so it was specially hard for her.
Такс. Новые улики. Из Австралии нет личной жизни. С кем-то на Гибралтаре. Такс. А если так? Это нам уже кое-что дает.
What do you know about Sir Eustace, Inspector? What was his reputation?
A charming man when sober, but an absolute demon when he was drunk. In such moments he was apparently capable of anything. Why, once he splashed fuel on Lady Brackenstall's dog and set it alight. Another day he threw a decanter of wine at Miss Wright's head.
The alcohol seemed to madden him.
To the point that we were forced to intervene several times to avoid a scandal.
Такс. Это уже дай... Такс. Нет. Сейчас надо езжать за песиком. Очень интересно. Так, здесь ничего налутать нельзя. Ой, вот он, мегапёс.
Come on, Toby. We need the best nose in the British Empire on this case.
Какой лапочка.
I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to Mrs. Hudson.
Very подозрительно. Блин, он такой лапочка.
Search, Toby.
А, то есть теперь я за Собакина играю. А, вот. Какой ты коротышич. Абу-бу-бу-бу-бу. Блин, вы посмотрите на эту мордочку. Просто абу-бу-бу-бу-бу-бу.
The intruders entered the shed for some reason when they were making off with the silverware. The scent leads to the well. I should check it. The intruder's trail is lost behind this wall. The criminals left the house through the French window. They walked to the shed, then across to the well, before fleeing by climbing over the wall. I wonder why they chose such a winding route.
Ну, давайте по... Крюк.
This hook might be useful. Small gardening tools, nothing of great interest. This old suitcase sounds hollow. It must be empty. Bags of seed. Some empty bags were recently moved.
Интересно, интересно.
There's something glittering at the bottom there, but how can I reach it?
Ну-ка, ну-ка. Даю коленку на облизывание, столовое серебро.
Silverware. This is hardly a coincidence. The Brackenstall coat of arms. It appears that we have found the stolen silverware.
Интересно, интересно.
The intruder's trail is lost behind this wall.
Имитация ограбления. Только 2 человека. И это вину свалили на них. Ага. Высок и силен. Нет, нет, нет. Очень любопытно. Так.
A fur trade. A hunter scene.
Очень уж мне это любопытно.
A fur trader's cabin. This door leads to the upstairs bedrooms. Apparently the criminals did not venture there. A fur trader's cabin. A deer hunt.
Очень любопытно.
Antique hunting weapons.
Бландербузы.
A hunter's cabin. A hunting scene.
Охота.
Inspector, I have recovered the stolen silverware.
You are a wizard, Mr. Holmes. And where is it?
In the garden well.
Excuse me?
Unique, isn't it?
Rather absurd. What is the point of stealing silverware and then throwing it down into a well?
Perhaps it was used as a temporary hiding place, or simply the thieves wanted to get rid of it. It is up to us to solve this mystery.
Так. Кому-то придется ответить мне на несколько вопросов, Блэд.
We found your silverware, Lady Brackenstall.
Is that true? I am very thankful to you, Mr. Holmes.
Your ladyship? We found your mistress's silverware.
Oh, that's good news. You really are as clever as they say.
Indeed.
Так, что-то как-то ниточки не сходятся. Какой-то маленькой детальки не хватает. Требует анализа. Но значит, едем на Бейкер-стрит. Анализировать. Локоток болит.
Have you found something interesting?
Let us see how the rope was cut. The fibers at the end of the rope are smoothly cut. Let us try to find out what tool was used to cut the rope. The fibers from this cut appear to be different.
Кусакче.
The fibers from this cut appear to be different.
Нож.
If I cut the rope with a knife, it matches the original.
Взломщиком был моряк. Искать моряка. Так. Гибралтарская скала. Nine. Nine. Нет. — 1893. Во.
Here it is.
Очень любопытно.
The shipping company, the Adelaide, Southampton, London line, and its address. Interesting. It must be the place where they keep the records, including the one for the crew of the Rock of Gibraltar.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard, they'll give it to you without any problems.
But I have another solution. I'll call in the specialist.
Здорово, Сань. Нет, просто смотри. Судя по всему, покойный был заядлым охотником. Пардон. А где охота, там и водка. Ну, как бы мировая истина. Эта мадам прибыла из Австралии. Кораблем. Следовательно, на корабле есть матросы, но это как бы буквы. Едем дальше. Морской узел. Много людей умеет вязать профессиональные морские узлы? Не уверен. Тем более нож. Столовым ножом? Не перережешь. Нужен хороший нож. А у кого есть такие ножи? У мясников, у бандосов и у моряков. Мясник никак не задействован. Бандосы под вопросом. Вот и вся недолго. Итак-с. Угу. Так. Сделать вид, что я из Скотланд-Ярда. Это мы можем. Это надо красиво одеться. Так, мне нужно... Так, сейчас. Для уиггинсов, господи. Этот веселый беспризорник.
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
Да, опять такое себе.
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
I need a register, my young friend. If you could borrow it, there will be half a guinea for every one of you. I need the crew list of the Rock of Gibraltar in 1893 and their current employment.
I'm straight on it, Mr. Holmes.
Do you really think they'll find it, Holmes?
My secret police is better than the Yard in many ways.
Here it is, Mr. Holmes. But we can't take it back. It's too risky.
Put it on the table. I'll take care of it. Good work, young Wiggins.
Вот и все.
I left it right on the table for you, sir.
Ну, давайте глянем.
This list shows the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid made their voyage. Lady Brackenstall does not know anyone in England. This must mean that someone on this list is our mysterious visitor. And these are the lists of the senior officers of the Adelaide, Southampton, London Line ships. Let us find out who was in London upon November the 7th. I do not think that this sailor has any connection to the case.
Такс.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Такс.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Арчибальд Роджерс. Грэхэм.
This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime.
Так. Кроукер. Нет. Уокер. Нет. Уиттингтон. Нет.
This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime.
Так, Кроукер.
Mr. Jack Crocker was in London upon the date of the crime, and he is due to depart in 2 days.
Возможно. Так. Уокер и Уитингтон. Уокер.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved. This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Отлично. Так, пригласить Кроукера для разговора.
This Crocker, do you think...
It would be interesting to meet him. Our young friend should be able to find him. Wiggins, could you find a way to bring this Captain Crocker here to us?
Here? Holmes, that could be dangerous.
No problem, Mr. Holmes.
Вот сейчас мы этого джентльмена и изучим. Хорошо, изучим.
Mr. Holmes, I was informed that you were looking for me, and I'd like to know why.
Yes, it is important that we talk. You will soon understand why.
Итак, сперва его осмотрим. Итак, прямой взгляд, честный. Морской нож. Mucho interesante. Чистые сапоги. Что-то... Газетные чернила. Что-то... Чё вы мне... Крепкое телосложение.
You are acquainted with Lady Mary Brackenstall, are you not?
Yes, I think I do remember her. From when I was first officer, but I still don't see...
It seems your relationship went beyond that of mere passenger and first officer.
How dare you?
Indeed, how reckless a feeling is love, particularly if one is prepared to commit a murder in its name.
Explain yourself this instant.
You are aware that the murder made the headlines of the morning press. You read the newspaper report, but to your dismay, found it much fabricated. Once you learned that I wanted to see you, you came straight away. You needed to know what I had found.
You... and what do you know?
That evening, you were with Lady Brackenstall, despite the danger.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Holmes. Besides, all of this is just guesswork.
You would be right if there was no evidence.
What then?
Lady Brackenstall was tied to a chair on the night of the murder. And it was you who tied her up.
You call that evidence?
Морские узлы.
Yes, as she was tied with a sailor's knot. Your handiwork.
So, it's a sailor who's done it. That proves nothing, Mr. Holmes. I'm not the only sailor in London right now. Your theory is flawed anyway. On the night of the murder, I was aboard the Sharp. I was supervising the repair of a porthole.
At night?
It was an emergency. There was a leak. You can ask the ship's carpenter. He can confirm.
I'm sure that he can.
Perfect. In that case, we have nothing more to talk about. Good evening, gentlemen.
Holmes, what should we do now? Would you like to check his alibi?
No. There is no doubt that these men will testify in his favor, and there will be no way to check.
So, what then?
So, we must work with what we have. We have all the puzzle pieces.
Now I understand why you dissected the bell rope.
Так. Такс. Нет, не может быть все так просто. Все слишком просто. Слишком просто. Давайте попробуем другие части. Опаньки. Не-не-не-не-не-не-не-не-не-не-не-не. Стойте, что-то... Здесь есть два варианта. И нас свалили на Рэндаллов. Несчастный случай, нет знакомых. Давайте предположим такой вариант.
Ну, чики-брики в дамке!
Саня, спасибо за полтишок.
Поешь душика и не страдай.
Не, я завтра буду готовить якисобу. Пардон, послезавтра.
Ladies, I know the full story. You are both guilty, are you not?
Mr. Holmes, I can explain everything.
Ого.
No, madam, he's bluffing.
It is no use. Your husband was a violent man, a cruel man. Your argument last night ended tragically, with him stumbling and falling, fatally striking his head upon the fireplace grate. However, your mise en scène to divert suspicion was unnecessary. You should have admitted the truth.
The truth is often subjective, Mr. Holmes.
Not to me.
What will you tell Inspector Lestrade?
He will find nothing, as he handed the case over to me. Farewell, ladies. Inspector, I'm afraid that the murderers have escaped us.
What? Do you mean to tell me that you failed? Never thought I'd live to see the day.
I mentioned the murderers, not the case. It is obvious that the crime was committed by 3 criminals who cannot be the Randalls.
You really think so?
You only need to find a gang of 3 thugs wandering around. I can trust you to do that.
If they exist, I'll catch them.
You'll find someone, I have no doubt of it. Goodbye, Inspector.
Ага, ну-ка, проверить. Заключение: домашнее насилие? Неверное? Нифига себе. А вот это интересно. То есть... Не-не-не-не-не-не-не-не-не-не. То есть, получается, убийца все-таки капитан. Так. Давайте попробуем так.
Wiggins, could you ask Mr. Crocker to come here again, please?
Right away.
Why did you make me come here again, Mr. Holmes?
It is over. I know that it was you who killed Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
What?
I know, because of the height at which the rope was cut. The knife used was a sea knife. The knots were sailor's knots, and not least the sheer force that was put behind the killing blow. And because you are the only one who knows Lady Mary Brackenstall in London. And because you love her.
It's true.
It is time for you to tell us the whole truth.
I admit that I loved Mary madly from the first day that I met her. But I never did come to visit her, for I believed that she was in a happy household. When I talked to her maid, who told me everything, I was insane with rage. I was due to set sail for 6 months away. I wanted only to see her again. But it turned into a damnable nightmare when he barged in. He dared raise his hand to her. He was not even worthy of licking her boots. Oh, I regret nothing. I admit I killed the monster out of love for her. She will forgive me if she is able.
Lady Brackenstall already forgave you. She said nothing.
Mary.
But that makes her an accomplice as well as her maid. It places her in danger yet again.
Mr. Holmes.
You would not have managed to protect her.
Till I die, do you hear me? Here is a letter that sets everything clear. And it is the one that should be disclosed to the police. I am the only culprit. Mary had nothing to do with it. Now it is time to end this.
Ого. Bad idea, gentlemen.
You should have let me die. How can I live if Mary suffers?
I am sorry, Captain Crocker, but there has been quite enough death in this case.
Чё-то какое-то изящное дело.
Inspector, I give you Sir Eustace's killer. He tried his best to perform his own justice.
Well, I'm not surprised. Yes, it was me. I confess.
Here is a piece of evidence that can be used in court.
Perfect. A case that went smoothly for once.
Да. Непредвзятый. Да. Убийство есть убийство, даже если морального урода. Драма в Кью Гарденс.
Holmes, for heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
Oh, hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What? Holmes, where have all these wretched bees come from?
I increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample of honey. But it worked, Watson. We will have honey all year round.
Ridiculous and dangerous.
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers. Anyway, Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I'm in rather a hurry.
You have a new case?
Yes, but nothing as thrilling as this experiment. A theft of plants at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. I'm helping a minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join me if you like.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours. Besides, you'll need a helping hand with the flowers you're intending to bring back.
Watson, however did you guess?
For the great Sherlock Holmes to bother with the theft of plants. Come on, admit that you're planning to spoil your little bees with some rare pollens.
Since when did I become so transparent? Let us go.
Да. Серебряная вилка. Кек.
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens. There's no doubt that this place is beautiful. But are you really intent on investigating the theft of the plants?
Yes, of course.
Ага. А, это выход, окей.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go and get a bucket of fertilizer. And without turning it over this time. Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago. A remarkable collection, I believe.
So you're the one in charge, eh?
A small favor for a friend. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Martin Hamish. I am the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens, and that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
I am delighted to meet you. What can you tell us about the plants?
They were rare and exceptional plants. We presented them at our last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glass house. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition, and nobody saw anything.
No doors were forced?
No, but I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to gain entry, for there are no guards here.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look. Now, you say that it is in the large glass house.
Yes, the one just behind me. Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do. Albert, show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself, but occasionally 2 students, Albert, whom you have met, and Miss White.
Подозрительно.
Here it is. This is the place where the stolen plants were exhibited.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable and rare, but it seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days ago has been entirely forgotten already.
What tragedy are you referring to?
The director of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn, he died here just 2 days ago.
We're very sorry. We were not aware. The two of you were good friends?
He was my father.
Oh dear. Our condolences. We should not be troubling you. Please do excuse us for the intrusion.
You say that he died here, in the large glass house?
Holmes?
Yes, just here, near the door to the colonial collection. He suffered a heart attack. Just like that. So suddenly. It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand.
Интересненько.
What should we do next, Holmes?
The plants were here. All of them were stolen.
Do not touch.
Список растений.
Here is a list of the stolen plants.
Записали. Всякая поливочная шляпа.
According to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found
Уже
dead.
вижу следы.
The traces are thinner in some places. These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet. The footprints reveal that someone staggered here. The door was smashed at shoulder height. This door handle is new. It was recently changed. Soil. It should have come from a flower pot. Soil. It should have come from a flower pot. Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. The ensconce was breached near the handle. The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection.
Very strange. Half of the Colonial Collection is absent. These windows were perfectly cleaned. This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow. A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture. The smell is strong. It is a detergent. Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly cleaned.
Хмё. Подозрительно.
These plants come from all the territories of the British Empire.
Так, всякие мухоловочки.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Что-то мне вот эта вентиляха не нравится.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
Окей.
This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it. Blood. Someone fell violently against this sign, and they were injured in the clash. Most likely a head wound.
Mucho interesante. Так, значит, кто-то вошел отсюда, выбил дверь, пролетел, пробил башку.
This pot was broken fairly recently. A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves and was misplaced. All the clues around here are quite suspicious. I need my imagination to make sense of it all. This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the Colonial Collection room.
He was in a panic, or the door was locked. Was it an accident, or a murder then, I wonder?
Интересненько. Но судить пока рано.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Интересненько. И красиво. Это, судя по всему, Африка.
These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition purposes. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
Интересно. Подозрительные горшочки.
Dry tropics.
Удобрение.
There is a smell of burning.
Угасающий костер, разбитый горшок.
A protective mask. Someone set it alight, but it did not burn. A door handle? Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire? The door handle to the colonial collection and that of the fireplace are made of the same material. The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned. The remains of a picture frame. A broom handle was half burned.
Подозрительно. Опаньки.
The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
Так, интересно. И я бы даже сказал подозрительно. Значит так, сожженная защитная маска. Давайте попробуем сопоставить кое-какие улики. Провести аутопсию. Едем в морг. Нет, стоять. Такс.
Water lily greenhouse. Palm house. Director's office, cloakroom and laboratory. Nursery. Dry tropics. Ventilation system. Seed house.
Так, а вот это мне уже кое-что становится интересно. А ну-ка в административный корпус. Думаю, там можно найти кое-что совершенно интересное. Но сперва составим портрет этого чудика. Итак, недорогая оправа, грязный воротник, руки садовника, не женат.
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Locked. А ну-ка, отколупкивай. Дядя, дверь открой.
Do you expect to find the stolen plants there? I am sorry, but those rooms are private.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation. Locked.
Так, понятно. По-хорошему не желаем.
Locked.
Теплица. Окей, чебурахаем в Скотланд-Ярд. Кое-что заставляет мой мозг нервничать.
I asked Inspector Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for autopsy then.
Итак, приступим. Кстати, возможно, при нем были какие-то личные вещи. О. Письмо. Угу.
A beautiful feather pen of a good make. A membership card for the London Crest Club.
Sure.
This watch is of great value.
Такс. Окей, давайте в морг. Итак, бонди, приступаем к аутоточо. А, вот.
First of all, let us carry out an external examination.
Ой.
The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma. The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal. There is an injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall in the water lily greenhouse. No redness, stings, or bruises. Nothing suspicious here. There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination, so that we can proceed with the autopsy. Now, let us examine the internal organs.
Oh. А ну-ка, желудок к осмотру.
The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs. The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs. There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his death.
Печень.
The liver is enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction. The liver tissue is brown. There are no visible pathological signs.
Немножко бухал.
The lungs are congested and edematous. The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant.
Так. Сердешко.
The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs. The heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs.
Занимательно.
My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean...
Yes, it is murder.
We should inform Lestrade.
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder.
The challenge is mine.
The challenge, Holmes?
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No. We also have the people working at Kew Gardens. Martin Hamish and the son of the victim, Albert Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No. A few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs. Yes, Watson. It is time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building? I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little.
Итак. Так. Данна отравили. Ага. Поехали. Сейчас устроим обыск с пристрастием и т.д. и т.п. Федор Достоевский. Преступление и наказание. Ой. Поехали. Итак, дорогие не джентльмены.
Tell me, Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than that.
Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us what happened to the colonial collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
As deputy director, how was your relationship with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression. Great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration his kind of lifestyle.
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating, shall we say. He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was famous for it. That and...
And?
He had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly, Mr. Holmes.
Ключи.
Mr. Hamish, can you tell us who holds the keys to the locked greenhouses?
That would be Albert, Mr. Dunn's son. Yes, Albert keeps all the keys, and one can only imagine why.
What do you mean?
Well, he was never interested in Kew Gardens before. And now, all of a sudden, he's trying to act as if he owns the place. I think he wants to take over the management here. He'd do better to leave that to me. He has no experience. No, none at all.
Подозрительный.
We shall continue our investigation.
Очень подозрительный.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Да. Ты можешь нам помочь.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah. At the moment, I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
Do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only, for I'm also studying botany at the University of London.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then. That is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
Who is Miss Margaret White?
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. She visits here sometimes to help out with the greenhouses. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
Would you please tell us about Martin Hamish, the deputy director?
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the deputy director of Kew Gardens. My father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed? That is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
I suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens, and I cannot say that I share his passion.
I see. And how was his relationship with your father?
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers or at conferences. He was convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for himself. But my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone. Dismissively. With indifference.
Do you hope...
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
I imagine...
Yeah.
Ну-ка, осмотрим этого щегла. Что-то мне в нем не нравится. Покрасневшие глаза. Что-то мне не нравится. Чистые руки.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Так. Время для досмотра с пристрастием.
Locked.
А вот теперь открыто. Итак. Давайте все хорошенько осмотрим. Оу. Чё? Очень странный замок. Ага. Ага. Давайте пропустим. Итак, жалоба. Наших сестер. Божественный синдикат. Интересно. Так. Интересненько.
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
Интересненько. Частное судо.
A photograph of Montague Dunn and Reynold Hamish. Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
Так, так. Угу. Стоп. Ага. Значит, имеет место немножко ложь. Угу. Любопытно. Такс. Угу. Нет, надо все получше осмотреть. Шампанское.
French wine, a remarkable vintage. Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste.
Но это не это не так уж и много. Нужно больше улик. Нет, мегазрением я здесь ничего не найду.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Так, давай осмотримся получше. Частное судо. Но это не так уж и много. А вот теперь открыто. Лабораторный стол. След от мокрой бутылки.
Good heavens. What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a botanical garden?
There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory. Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect a faint scent. But we need a good nose. This is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
Блин, Ватсон, слушай, вообще-то обидно. Фонограф.
A phonograph used for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a modern laboratory. I don't hear anything.
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal, yet I remain convinced that some plants do indeed transmit chemical signals in the event of attack.
A study report by Martin Hamish.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants do respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
Study report.
Любопытненько. Очень любопытненько. Университет Кембриджа.
A botany book. This student's book belongs to Albert.
Защитное снаряжение. Одного комплекта нет.
Gloves, waterproof aprons, everything one might need for self-protection.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
It appears as though the protective equipment is missing from here. Such masks are generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals.
Очень интересно.
Locked.
Holmes, Albert Dunn didn't give us the key to this door.
It does not matter. We will open it.
О, опять это мини-игра со взломом замков. Thanks. Есть. Ой-ой. Ёк-макарёк. Сложный замочек. Давайте пропустим.
Open.
Так.
Miss White's locker. These jewels must be worth a small fortune. Apparently, Miss White is a capable student. A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents.
Так. Маргарет. Любопытно. Дамская
A
сумочка.
vanity purse. It is of high quality.
Письмо от родителей. Интересно. Так, интересно. Ага. Так, пока только маленькие улички. Ничего интересного. Шкафчик Мартина
Martin Hamish's locker. Martin Hamish studied chemistry. Interesting. A review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces. Father and I, Kew Gardens.
Мартин Хэмиш. Интересно. О, письмо. Интересненько. Шкафчик Альберта.
Albert's locker. Specialist articles on shipyards and ship construction. Albert Dunn has a great passion for shipbuilding and the sea. Young Albert, standing with a woman in front of London University. A rejection letter from the British Royal Naval College.
Интересненько. Очень интересно. Я бы даже сказал, занимательно.
Locked.
Так. Прелюбопытнейше.
This poster is for an exhibition that Martin Hamish was directing, but it had nothing to do with Kew Gardens. This certificate belongs to Martin Hamish. He won a horticultural competition. We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
Очень любопытно. Книга Мартина Хэмиша.
A glasses case. It is empty.
No.
A thesis written by Martin Hamish. This area serves as Martin Hamish's office. A master's degree diploma. It belongs to Martin Hamish. An award presented to Martin Hamish for Best Grower of the Year.
Подозрительно.
These young plants must be delicate if they are kept in the nursery.
Всякая химота.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Пока не знаю, Моншер, пока не знаю. Но дело пахнет керосином.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
Я, кажется, начинаю понимать, вентиляция здесь не просто так. Опа!
It is a bust of Montague Dunn. I am curious if the marble that we found... Here it is. The marble fragment that we found in the Colonial Collection Room is what they have in common.
Убийство по предварительному сговору. Один не любит растения и хочет стать моряком. Но при этом, судя по всему, имеет виды на мадам. Второй же просто торчит от растений и желает их во всех допустимых смыслах.
The seeds of plant species are stored here.
Так, но тут как бы ничего с виду сверхъестественного.
Locked.
А теперь открыто.
Open.
О, бонжур, мадам. Сперва я здесь все осмотрю. Вы не возражаете? Но размолвка у них произошла не просто так.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system. From here, we are unable to see the interior of the colonial collection room.
Ну-ка.
These leather gloves are new and of good quality. They do not appear to have been used. A book about ships. Nothing at all to do with plants. Materials for college study. They belong to Albert. This place serves as Albert's office.
Interessante. Bonjour, madame.
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir. And good day to you, too. But...
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Че ты себе позволяешь,
I
усатый?
am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
Так, мадам. Сперва я вас осмотрю. Дорогие духи. Так. Дорогие духи. Не замужем. Очень интересно. Дорогие духи, но из бедной семьи.
Yes.
Гипер, здравствуй.
Plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
Да ну, забыла, конечно.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
Пиздит.
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. He agreed I might carry out my studies without disturbing him. It is only temporary.
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
Would you happen to know why part of the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
How well did you know Mr. Montague Dunn?
He was a master, a great leader. I saw him almost as a spiritual father.
He had an exceptional nature?
Скука.
Oh yes, indeed. He was always so active and so optimistic and very nice to me. Although he could behave harshly towards his son.
Why so?
Да понемножечку.
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
Thank you, miss. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
Мы, кстати, еще не поговорили с этим щеглом. А надо бы. Так, тут у нас система вентиляции, да? Ну-ка.
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings. A water tank.
Вот водный бак я бы с большим удовольствием осмотрел. Вода для полива, газонокосилка. Как говорится, нихуя интересинг. Ладно. Мне осталось найти еще одного гаврика, с ним потолковать. Потом уже придем сюда с песиком. Так. Так, он работает в каком-то помещении. А в каком я забыл. Стоять. А, сухие тропики. Все, табличка. Дидюль, ты здесь работаешь, нет? О, круто. А, здорово.
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really.
Are you quite sure?
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
Пиздишь.
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Но этого
Thank you, young man.
недостаточно.
We shall see you again soon.
Не могу сказать, что это прям вот мотив. А это дело посложнее.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn in the nursery.
A bust? Oh, that...
But why in that room?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
Пиздишь.
It is strange, because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this?
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was?
Oh, yes. He forced his son to work here.
Are you...
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions. It was with the intention of...
That must have been...
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. That is, except for Miss Margaret White.
Такс.
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And he... why, he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
Даю коленку на облизывание, что убийца он. Тем более он мне просто не нравится.
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you have no right to...
Смотри. Тут какая штука. Во-первых, я стримлю не... Ну, как бы для себя, это да. Во-вторых... Как бы тебе так сказать-то поделикатней? У меня слишком большой разброс по именно играм. И как бы будет не очень... Даже если заказывать рекламу, вот опять же. Я один раз в жизни, один раз вот за YouTube заказывал рекламу, и получалась такая штука. То, что, скажем, ну да, я это рекламировался в группе по Fallout как раз. И то, что пришли чуваки на Fallout, ну типа думают, чувак стримит Fallout, должно быть он стримит Fallout 24/7, а я там в кросс-аут играю. А мало подписчиков, ну, слушай, все-таки работа, особенно вот в нынешние, вот скажем так, непростые времена, она забирает у меня почти все силы, и, блин, то, что вот я сейчас стримлю, это больше исключение, чем правило. Вот так вот. Слушай, повиси, я за минералкой схожу, пить хочу. Вот. Вот такие вот дела. Да и тем более, слушай, не то чтобы я какая-то, ну прям вот выделяющаяся личность. Ну потому что, камон, слушай, вот знаю, ну, наверное, это не совсем будет правильно и не совсем объективно, но сравни меня с другими стримерами. Во-первых, у меня нет, ну, скажем так, вот просто гигатонны всяких виджетов, которые просто так вот по экрану скачут, и в итоге от игры ты видишь вот так вот. Это раз. Второе. Ну, у меня, скажем так, не самая выделяющаяся внешность. Ну, типа, ни цветных волос, ни бороды, никакого типа... Я самый обычный человек в этом плане, пожалуй. Да, у меня иногда проскакивают невеселые шутки, но не более того. Вот. А кем ты работаешь? В больнице работаю. В морге. Вот такие вот дела. Тем более, слушай. Понимаешь, есть какая шляпа. Вот как раз обратно же возвращаясь к нашей теме разговора. Почему, ну, типа, у меня так мало подписчиков? Давай будем объективными. Очень многие заказывают себе раскрутку, прям вот бо-бо-бо-бо-бо-бо-бо-бо. Чтоб прям у них с 500 до 5000 подскочило. Буду откровенен, мне такое дерьмо предлагали. Но, понимаешь, в чем суть? Вот каждый человек, вот, ну, подписчик, вот из 494 человек, это один человек. Ну, там несколько ребят с двух-трех аккаунтов подписывались, но это просто, чтобы, не знаю, там, типа, меня повеселить. Но тут суть в другом немного. Для меня лично это довольно момент щепетильный. Потому что каждый человек, который подписался, это, значит, человек в какой-то мере оценил вот то, что я вот тут творю. И, ну, для меня это просто приятно. Хорошая минералка, холодненькая.
Tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh yes, he provided the financial support. and as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father, so it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Thanks. Такс. Еще одна ниточка. Угу. Улики. Пока новых улик нет. Так, тебе дохаем. Ага. Здесь мы, думаю, больше ничего не найдем. Отправляемся на Бейкер-стрит. Продолжаем. Итак, для начала наведем справочки к энциклопедии.
Here it is.
Так, по делу 14 июля 89-го.
Here it is.
Ты помнишь, когда у тебя был первый стрим и по какой игре? Конечно, помню. Это было еще на Твиче, и первая игрушка была This War of Mine. Я тогда был под впечатлением. Да, как раз тогда Мэдисон в нее играл, я смотрел запись. И вот как раз подумал, типа, блин, а чё бы не попробовать? Быстренько, ну, типа, по гайдам настроил ОБС. У меня тогда был еще один монитор. Все было херовое. Наушники с микрофоном. Ну, вот эти наушники с микрофоном Red Square-овские до сих пор где-то валяются. И, кстати, именно тогда, в первый же стрим, мне прилетел первый донат. Там, кажется, было 100 рублей. Чувак сказал, ну, в донате написал, то, что, блин, не надо так сильно переживать из-за таких из-за персонажей. Но, типа, блин, я оценил. Да, это я помню.
Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn.
Вот То, что мы искали. Угу. Готическая буква С. А на ютубе? Сейчас, подожди. На ютубе... Сталкер, Тень Чернобыля на мастере. Помню. Сады Сеймора.
Here it is.
Такс. Toby.
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens. Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance.
Из какого ты города?
Toby.
Из Москвы. Из Москвы, амиго мио. Ого. Ядреная вещь. Он какой след оставляет? Давай, морщинистый, ищи.
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found. This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes, a tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
Подозрительно. Требует анализа. На Бейкер-стрит, 221-Б. Блин. О, вот. Не страшно в морге работать? Нет, слушай. Блин, типа поначалу, да, естественно, было страшно. Но потом постепенно привыкаешь к запаху и к увиденному. Интересная история, блин. Но история была, правда, не у меня, в приемнике. О, блин. Хотя, ладно, хуй себе расскажу. Короче. Я тогда поднялся наверх попить кофейку. У нас еще аппарат такой замечательный. Он, короче, всегда дает на 10 рублей больше сдачи одной монетой. Стою и такой пью кофе, и вдруг из приемника слышу просто грохот и ор. Я выглядываю и вижу следующую картину. Огромная, немытая, голая бомжиха отмахивается от двух санитаров стойкой с капельницей. И вот сейчас приведу небольшое сравнение. У заведующего травматологии вот такенная борода. Он здоровенный мужик, ну как бы ему это идет. У этой бомжихи такая же борода была, внизу. Надо ли говорить, что аппетит на кофе, а впоследствии на обед, у меня пропал от слова совсем. Не говоря уже о том, что эта капельница, она орудовала как алебардой. То есть весьма профессионально. О, блядь, фу нахуй. Отвратительное зрелище. Она еще в язвах, в прыщах каких-то. Боб.
Let us determine just what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to perform an analysis. This is the bottle that we found here.
Give me the пипетка. Такс. Теперь что?
A colorless, water-based liquid. Quite a strong floral aroma.
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So, what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens. Let us determine just what we have found here. Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water, with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you.
Grab the пипетка. Oh.
Red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory.
Мне не обидно, но... Блин, иногда мне кажется, что я просто ебашу впустую. Но, камон. Тем более, слушай, я считаю то, что вот слишком много народа на стриме, это вот вообще не гуд. Потому что, ну как бы я сам смотрю стримеров всяких, и просто чат задает ему вопросы, дескать, что, как, где, когда, а он даже не читает, он просто игнорит. И вот ему задают вопросы через донаты, он на них отвечает. При этом он как бы, если он видит оскорбление в чате, он тут же забанит. То есть, понимаешь, он читает чат, он его игнорит, и как только все понимают то, что игнорит и говорят типа, фу, блин, чувак, ну так нельзя, его банят. Вот такого дерьма я не хочу от слова совсем. Я хочу, чтобы вот я играю, чатик смотрит, иногда общаемся. Задаем на какие-то, даже не обязательно даже тему по игре, просто какая-нибудь отвлеченная тема. Не знаю, например, народ, а как вы относитесь, ну, например, к пицце с картошечкой? Потому что я ее, например, очень люблю. Белорусская пицца. С курятиной, соусом барбекю и картошечкой по-деревенски и с острым перцем. Я знаю, что я закажу себе.
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us.
Тихон, привет. О, Тихон, здоровенький булы. Давненько тебя не было. Здорово.
Good day to you, sir. My name is
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance. Do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcome you are. To introduce myself I shall. I am the Green Grand Mystic.
The Green Grand Mystic himself.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
Да, понимаю. Так, очень интересно. Кислотный ожог. Ах ты хитрая жопа. Мозоли на кончиках пальцев.
We visited Kew Gardens, and we found your symbols on their flower pots.
Разгадывание загадок.
Coincidence, I am thinking. They would scavenge our refuse. It would not surprise me.
It was merely an observation. We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
Шерлок Холмс, Crimes and Punishments. То бишь преступление и наказание. Она, кстати, да, на Epic Games раздавалась бесплатно. Кстати, народ, сейчас в эпиках на халяву раздается 4-й Just Cause. Там неплохая разрушаемость. Возможно, я там смогу устроить свой персональный полигон. Полигоныч.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate, glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
Ну давай.
Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Trevon.
Our God King's name is Trewan, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh la, good, good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation can you make whenever you so wish.
Thank you so much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
But of course.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
Так. Любопытно. Китайцы. Ну-ка. Опа. Осколок горшочка.
A fragment of a flower pot. Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here.
Опа.
the Kew Gardens symbol.
Угу. Очень любопытно. Большой колокольчик. Ну, как говорится, zip-файл, бродяги. Стол с нар...
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of. This is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
Кокаиндекс. GTA San Andreas. Блин. Честно, не знаю.
Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants. Let's take them.
Любопытно. Я, кажется, начинаю кое-что понимать.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
Я бы не ел, какой попал порошок, ну да.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
Стоять. Ализма гигантика. Секундочку. Секундочку. Так. Так, Венера плотоядная, Карлина пьяная. Есть у меня одно подозрение.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
Дьявольский цветок, Карлина пьяная.
These three plants are identical to...
Так. Подозрительные ингредиенты. Ага. Кражи и убийства. Но пока улики что-то не сходятся. Должно быть какое-то маленькое связующее звено. Надо здесь получше осмотреться.
Praise the grand tree, praise it!
This must be Treewan, the divine syndicate's god. This door is locked, but I can try to open it.
О, господи, опять. Есть. Да идти же, пассатижи. Короче, давайте просто пропустим. Мне, блядь, на эти замки уже скоро нервов не будет. Ага, алхимия.
These instruments are used for smoking opium.
Любопытно. Ах, вы планокуры эдакие. Статья 228.
This substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens. Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment. Chemicals. A sufficient...
Так, секундочку.
A vast amount of opium.
Ах, вы планокуры. Ну, я вас выведу на чистую
That
воду.
would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments.
Так, секунду. Химическая лаборатория. Стоп. А если этот очкарик договорился с этими планокурами, дескать, я вам отдаю эти редкие растения, вы создаете реагент, я убиваю жухлого, в итоге все довольны. Я начальник сада, вы со своими растениями сексом трахаетесь, пацан уходит на флот, девка получает самостоятельность. Подозрительно. Жертвовали.
The list of plant friends and benefactors. Lawyers, well-known manufacturers, political leaders.
Секундочку. Замки взломать. Надо, короче, выставить все барабаны так, чтобы, получилась правильная линия. Лейт, стаб, альтен. Халкет. Спенсер, Степлтон, Маккензи, Шебрук. Знакомых фамилий нет. Значит так, девушка с татуировкой Пахома. А ну-ка, ответь мне на пару вопросов.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy there.
Do you have...
None. Not worthy there.
В смысле? Не понял.
Do you have...
None. Not worthy there.
Не понял.
Do you have...
None. Not worthy there.
Так, стоять.
Do you have...
None. Not worthy there.
Так, стоять. Я, блядь, сейчас что-то не понял.
Do you have...
None. Not worthy there.
Это типа попытка поймать. А, вот.
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search? Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago. And we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his green fly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet, you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
Нет, версии на русском нету. Увы.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
Такс. Такс, еще... Если, предположим, мы будем тянуть такую ветку. Данно убил синдикат. Нет. Избирательная кража. Надо провести эксперименты. Эксперимент. Как-то все слишком просто. На Бейкер-стрит, в Химлабу. Чё ты, блин, делаешь?
This green grand mystic fellow seems rather suspicious, Holmes. What should we do next, Holmes?
Ну, как сказать?
I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing a toxic vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done. I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all optimistic to have dinner this evening, then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask.
Итак.
A carnivorous plant. This is a strange and unusual plant. A prickly plant.
Так, давайте смотреть.
I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating.
Нихуя себе фикус.
How interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism.
Такс. Гусеницы не то. Давайте попробуем потыкать.
No reaction. My word. It shot a spike at me after I stabbed it with a pin. I imagined that its reaction would be ferocious if I increased the strength of my attack. It appears to have fallen inactive after being disturbed.
Жидкость с алкалоидом. Окей.
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid. No reaction.
Такс. То есть тут еще и такой пазл.
This plant seems to have had no reaction from the caterpillars. This plant seems to have had no reaction from the caterpillars.
На, покушай.
I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating.
Опа.
It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it. My word, it shot a spike at me after I stabbed it with a pin. I imagined that its reaction would be ferocious if I increased the strength of my attack.
Так, а если мы так? Раз. И два.
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid. This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid.
Ага. Так, теперь получается надо их поменять местами. Ох, повоняло.
Toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary. The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions.
Очень любопытно. Значит, такс. А если так? Нет. Нужны еще. Так. Ну, предположим так. Нет. Недостаток опыта. У нее хватает знаний. Нет. Все-таки есть какая-то маленькая несостыковка. Она всего лишь студент. Надо отправиться туда. В этот, в Кегарден. Но этот хрен единственный мне лгал. Очень интересно. Так. А ну-ка, химиш-хремиш, ну-ка, объясни мне пару вещей.
Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
What were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with... Suddenly, I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran... I clearly remember that it was around...
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation. Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious? Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of Lysa... something, or Lear... Pontus, or... No, wait. Ah, these Latin names. And I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
Yes. He came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
Пиздец.
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White,
Hamish, пиздец.
What were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh my God.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Так. Есть какая-то небольшая несостыковочка. Вот прям вот...
Water.
Вот прям вот жопой чувствую. Как же долго. Пам-пам-пам. Бонжур, мадам.
Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing upon the day of his death?
I can, but there is nothing very special to say. I was in the laboratory when I saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me. Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house. I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the roll?
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number 320.
Thank you, miss.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system. The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
All right, Holmes.
Так, здесь... Блин, это парадный вход. Отлично.
The power is on. The engine has started. The ventilation system is working.
Такс. Так, вот кожух вентиляции идет. Идет. Стоп. Отставить. Нет, здесь никакой решетки вентиляции нет. Так, здесь они расходятся. Ага. Но идут в одном направлении. Окей. Угу. Первый вентиляционный блок. Угу.
Now we need to see if we can activate the fans from Mr. Hamish's and Albert's space.
Блин, зашибись, теперь надо еще и вентилятора искать. Так. Климат.
Dry tropics.
Так, вот у нас вентиляха.
Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one.
Так, тут семечки.
Perfect. Now I just need to find Watson to check the result.
It works perfectly, Holmes. Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out, by activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
Нет. Так. Такс. Тем не менее. Что-то здесь не так. Нет. Нет. Любопытно.
Let's go to Scotland Yard. Let's go to Scotland Yard.
Нет, стоять. Сперва надо с этим Гевриком потолковать. Даю коленку на облизывание, дело не так просто. Ненавижу порталы. А куда это все свалили? Это very подозрительно. Абсолютно все свалили. Ох, не нравится мне это. Ох, не нравится. Но это еще, как говорится, не золотое ядро, то есть еще не конец. Дело пахнет керосином. Причем бодяжелым.
A very good day to you, my friend. Is Inspector Lestrade in?
The inspector's waiting for you in his office.
Это часики. Здоровенькие булы.
Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Very good.
Приведите мне его в кандалах или в петле. Очень подозрительно. Какой, однако, хитрожопый.
Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
В смысле нет нужды спешить? Какого хумеля здесь происходит?
Holmes, my God!
Yes, we found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
Письмо Хэмиша.
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case. The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
Вот какой детальки. Так. Очень интересно. Такс.
Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, It is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
Let us analyze the facts and statements, so that we may recreate the events of that morning.
Так, Мартин Хэмиш и Монтегю, да. Угу. 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 Без 20 минут 10, когда Хэмиш и Монтегю. Так. Угу. Хэмиш вернулся в павильон семян. Угу. 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 Такс. Так. Да. Угу. Угу. Ага, вот в этой хронологии что-то там... Короче, давайте пропустим, я реально заебусь.
Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
Угу. Такс. Такс. Угу. Мартину помогла Уайт. И в принципе у них был разлад, значит был мотив. Так, ребят, объявляется небольшой перерыв, сейчас вернусь. Так, ребят, давайте думать. Давайте предположим этот вариант. Есть у меня какой-то небольшой червячок сомнения.
But Holmes, how can you be certain that we'll find Miss White here?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your brain.
I am using it. I do use it.
Now that the rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining. The deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her, quietly.
Whatever are you planning?
Nothing spectacular. The impulses of women have always been a mystery to me. But she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right. You can count on me, Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
It is difficult to care about someone who is capable of pushing a man to his suicide. It is over, Miss White. The police will be here any minute.
Over, perhaps. One moment you were here, and the next, you were on the other side.
The other side? No! Stop!
Что?
I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Так.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Шайс.
This is tragic, Holmes.
Are you able to do anything?
I'm afraid not. The poison has been fulgurating. Her heart stopped instantly, poor child.
Oh. Ваш рейтинг искатель. Ого.
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet. They...
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu. Sounds mouth-watering.
All right. We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson to our annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen rat head salad. Is this a joke?
Not at all. Pray continue.
Main course, sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's way. Ah, sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. Street turnips in homemade juice. And it goes on.
Ah, I can hear them on the stairs now.
Oh, we can't go there. We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have to go.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes!
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. You don't look well, my young man. Is there something wrong? Don't tell me the dinner is cancelled.
Mr. Holmes, it's my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's killed 2 men. You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, because I know he didn't do it.
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, they took him to the yard, and they gave him a good beating already. You know what they're like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
Holmes, we have to help him.
Well, and forget about the dinner? Wiggins, I'll take the case.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes. I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. You'll be there, right? It's on Half Moon Street in Whitechapel.
Very well.
О, так, сперва в ярд. Надо осмотреть самого Гаврика. Цветочек новый.
Mr. Holmes, whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening and accused of a double murder.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Or are there any new facts that we don't know about?
Who knows, Inspector?
Look, you are free to investigate, of course, Mr. Holmes. Chapman was arrested with a revolver in his possession, which you can find in the evidence room. The suspect himself is in custody.
Did you find anything else on his person?
A few personal belongings. Nothing particular, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Lestrade.
Mr. Holmes, what is the trouble with that lad? Isn't he...
Текс, а ну-ка. Так, трупа нету. Ну, взглянем. Итак.
So this is the gun that Leighton was holding when he was caught by the police. It is a Webley revolver, a reliable weapon.
Итак.
It seems as though the shells were not removed from the cylinder. Two out of the 6 shells have been fired. There were 2 shots.
2 out of the... So this... A cheap watch, bought with his own money, no doubt. These cigarettes are filled with cheap tobacco. Nothing interesting. Please escort this.
Итак, сейчас будем...
Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
Who are you? I've got nothing to say. It's all a mistake.
Calm down, Leighton. I have come here to help you. To find out if you truly are innocent, as your younger brother Wiggins has told me.
My brother? You know him? Then that means you're...
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, blimey. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell you everything.
Так, отставить. Сперва осмотр. Глубокий шрам. Клерк. Сидел в тюрьме. Любопытно.
Good. Tell me your account of what happened.
I left my work and I hurried up to see the fireworks in Whitechapel. I was late, so I decided to cut through Half Moon Street. I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then suddenly, what with all the firework flare, I saw 2 men. They were both lying flat in the middle of the street. I stopped where I was. I thought about turning back to the police, but as I was thinking of that, I saw a third person. He was leaning over the body that was furthest from me. The second I saw him, he raised his head and he stared at me. In a flash, I saw his gun, but he made a dash for it instead and he escaped through Whitechapel Street.
So you might still have had time to return to the constable.
I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Anyway, I approached the bodies just to see if they were still alive. I saw that one had blood pumping out of his stomach. He was dying. It was horrible. The second one was already dead. He had a hole in his head. He was holding a gun in his hand, though. I took it, and then I followed the third man.
Interesting. Pray, continue.
I turned a corner, and I saw the man standing in the middle of the street. He seemed to be in some sort of panic. And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I told the police and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But then I was blinded by a flash. It was so bright that I hardly saw anything for a good dozen seconds. But I kept running forward. As I arrived in Whitechapel, I heard a woman screaming. And then I was caught by the police. But there wasn't a trace of that man. Of course, then they found a gun and all that blood. I couldn't see the murderer escaping and all that mess. Perhaps I was still half-blinded at that moment.
A thrilling account, my young man. Leighton, are you able to describe the person whom you saw standing in Half Moon Street?
Well, I wasn't able to see his face at all. It was too dark, and he was too far away. I could see his silhouette.
And what about that?
Nothing so special. He was wearing a jacket. He was quite average in size and his weight.
I see. Was there anything else that struck you at the time?
No. But perhaps... It's strange, but I can't remember the sound of his footsteps as he was running away. Perhaps it was because of the fireworks or the surprise of me seeing him.
We shall see you soon, young man.
Очень интересно, очень интересно. Half Moon Street. Есть у меня одна мысль. Ниндзюцу. Вспышка. Ага. Half Moon Street. Очень интересно. Угу. И вот она мочила его в переулке. Интересно.
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now. Oh, Mr. Holmes, is that you?
Good evening, Constable...
Constable Marrow. I was here with Inspector Aberline during the Ripper case, Mr. Holmes, back in '88. But then this is nothing like that case. With this one, we've got the murderer, the weapon, and the statements, which speak for themselves.
Of course, Marrow. But you know that appearances can sometimes be deceiving.
Так, свидетели.
You spoke of statements. You have witnesses?
Well, I was there, so I gave my own statement. And then there were two other witnesses who said they saw the killer Chapman. Mr. Turner, a gentleman who lives in that flat over there. And Polly Powell, a flower seller, who was over at the far side of the street.
Who were the victims?
The two men here, both shot. The stud fellow was Brian Vercotti, a well-known ruffian. The other, Kenneth Butler, a jeweller by trade.
So, Constable Marrow, I should be delighted to hear your testimony.
I was standing at the north side of Half Moon Street. That was the side that you came from.
But you would have been unable to observe this part of the street, where we are standing now.
That is correct. But I saw the two victims slowly enter Half Moon Street, and then shortly after, the fireworks started. A few minutes after that, the fellow Chapman rushed towards me and ran into Half Moon Street.
Please continue.
I didn't pay attention, but suddenly I heard a woman's cries and police whistles on the other side of Half Moon Street. I rushed over there and I saw the two dead bodies on the ground. When I reached Whitechapel Street, I saw Leighton Chapman. He'd been caught by two police constables.
Did you hear the shots?
I didn't hear any shots. The fireworks were all over the sky. They were so loud I couldn't hear anything else.
What were the fireworks in honor of, Constable?
Well, today's Queen Victoria's birthday, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, yes, I appear to have lost track of the days. It is May now, of course. Constable Marrow, what else caught your attention while you were running through Half Moon Street?
I saw nothing but rats, and I took the time to light every corner with my lamp.
Did you happen to look up at Mr. Turner's window when you were on Half Moon Street at that time?
Yes, I saw that the window was open, but no one was there. It was dark in the room.
Constable, your statements have been of great value to me.
Так, а ну-ка стоять. Раз тело, два тела. Лежат лицом друг к другу. У этого пуля во лбу, у этого в животе. Сперва смотрим бандюка.
He tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. Death was not instant. The bullet penetrated his stomach, a dreadful wound. A tattoo from Westgate Prison. Vercotti must have done some time there. Brian Vercotti and Leighton Chapman both have identical Westgate Prison tattoos. They were most likely acquainted. Brian Vercotti suffered greatly. What a terrible way to die.
Так, получил пулю в пузо. Интересно. Плиты, застрявший предмет. Деревяшка.
A piece of wood that has stuck between the cobblestones. Let us take a closer look. This shard of wood is quite new.
Интересненько.
The bullet struck his head. This man didn't stand a chance. This is an ordinary key. I wonder what kind of door it opens.
Очень интересно. Такс. Не хочешь еще спать? Не, нормально. Так, пока не состыковочки. Так, а ну-ка, багор.
A fairly long pole with a forked end. A fairly long...
Так. Лопата.
I'll do anything to save my brother, Mr. Holmes.
Ага, медалька. Медалька, потому что что? Правильно, военный. Значит, имеет навыки стрельбы. Записали.
Good evening, Mr. Turner.
I heard Constable Marrow reply to you as Mr. Holmes. Are you that detective, gentleman?
Excellent.
Сперва осмотрим тебя. Щегол. Медаль. Балаклава. Крымская война. Ветеран войны. Значит, точно стреляет. Так. Не хватает пуговиц. Бедняк. Больная нога. Хромота. Так. Балаклава. Крымская война. Да. Типа, блин. Либо ты хреновый стрелок, либо ты хороший стрелок, либо мертвый.
I was already in bed when the fireworks started. A few moments after, I clearly heard 2 gunshots from outside.
Please continue.
I quickly got up and I grabbed the lamp from my nightstand and I rushed towards the window. I looked down and I saw 2 bodies. And there was a man with a gun who was standing nearby.
Where exactly?
Well, near this body.
Did he notice you?
I don't think so. He rushed towards Whitechapel Street without looking around.
Were the 2 shots you heard consecutive?
Yes, there was a very short pause between them, and they sounded different somehow. It seemed to me that the second shot was louder than the first.
That is an interesting comment. Mr. Turner, did you see anyone else in the street?
No, I saw no one but that man, the murderer, the fellow they caught.
Mr. Turner, what were your actions after you stepped up to the window?
I was afraid that the man with a gun might return, so I stayed close to the window till I saw the policeman coming in the Half Moon from Whitechapel. Then I walked out to tell them everything I saw.
You have helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner.
Так. Противоречивые. Ах ты, маленькая жопа. Ну,
Mr. Turner, you have stated that you remained close by your window after the crime, is that correct?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies.
That is very interesting, Mr. Turner. Constable Marrow stated that he did not see anyone at the window when he was running through Half Moon Street.
Well, I think Constable Marrow and me, we might have been distracted by the whistles and shouts coming from Whitechapel. We could have missed each other somehow. You understand what I mean? It was a bit of a stressful moment, to tell you the truth, sir.
Allow me to form my own theories, Mr. Turner. Would you mind showing me the view that you had from your window?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. Please, follow me.
Mr. Turner appears to live very modestly.
Такс. Чё, еще какие-то улики можно? Так, очень интересно. Живет он, мягко говоря. Жжёная бумага.
The papers are almost entirely burned. I am unable to see what's written here. These words are illegible. This fire is dying out. It was last tended to over an hour ago. The papers were thrown into the fire just a short while ago.
Ах ты, маленькая лживая сарделька.
A perfect match. So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it became stuck between the cobblestones. He did not mention that he was so near to the victims. The books on this shelf are in a mess. It looks as though Mr. Turner was trying to find something in a hurry here a short while ago.
Пиздит как дышит. Кухонный стол, отбросы, изрезанная бумага.
There are pieces of shredded paper scattered over the table. This kitchen knife is quite sharp. This kitchen knife was used to cut the paper.
Ну, дядя, тебе придется очень многое мне объяснить.
So, that's the view Mr. Turner had when he opened the window. The dead body of Kenneth Butler. Brian Vercotti's contorted corpse. Mr. Turner had a perfect view of the crime scene. He saw the bodies clearly, and Leighton Chapman standing over them.
До меня доперло.
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes? Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
Так. Это только первый свидетель. Очень интересно.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard? Is he all right?
Ага. Но никаких дырок от пуль. Выстрелить дважды. А почему именно так?
I am unable to see any higher. I need to find something to lift my lamp. This should be useful. This is most definitely a bullet hole. The brick cracks are fresh. Watson, there was a third shot fired in this street.
Так. Нет. Двойное убийство. Очень любопытно. Не обнаружено до сих пор. Какая тебе игра запомнилась больше всех? Fallout New Vegas. Бон ди, сеньора.
Mrs. Powell?
What do you want?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the crime that took place this evening.
Well, I've already gave my testimony, but very well.
Сперва, мадемуазель, я вас осмотрю.
My thanks to you, Mrs. Powell.
Стоять. А, ее нельзя осмотреть?
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
Yes. I was selling my flowers as usual, and then the fireworks began, in honour of Queen Victoria. I enjoyed those. But then, all of a sudden, a young lad ran out of Half Moon Street and stopped just by me. He had a gun in his hand. He was like a ghost, and all covered in blood. It was dark, but I could see him, because of the flashes from the fireworks.
And then?
I screamed as loud as I could. I knew that a policeman should be on duty in the vicinity. He had no time to escape. 2 constables got him. Then another constable came out from the very same street, and I heard him talking of a horrible murder.
Did you see anyone else leaving Half Moon Street, prior to or at the time of the crime?
No, sir, I did not. Even with all the fireworks, I was very attentive, as I'm always on the lookout for customers.
Mrs. Powell, did you hear the gunshots?
I'm not sure. You know, what with the fireworks?
My thanks to you, Mrs. Powell.
Почему я не могу ее осмотреть? Такс. Нет. Ага. Не-не-не-не-нет. Такс. Буб. Не туда. Очень любопытно мне.
Constable Marrow, I would value your assistance in this investigation.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Holmes.
I would like to make sure that there are no places in Half Moon Street where a man could hide while you were running through it with your lamp.
All right, Mr. Holmes, what should I do?
Take your lamp and start walking, just as you did before, and try to find me.
Understood.
Ща, ребят. Ногу закинул. Блин, колени хрустят. А, и теперь за констебля играю.
I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Окей.
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
No, this is not how I walked at the time of the crime. I was more attentive. Let's start over again.
Ты слишком стар для этого дерьма? В смысле? Если ты про Fallout, то, братан, я осуждаю. Не могу я что-то месье Холмса найти. Глухие стены. Блин, я его не вижу. Блин. Блин, реально. Где монсеньор Шерлок? Стоп. Шерлок, сдаюсь. Ох ты, блин.
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
It is obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street.
Так, теперь допросим старикана. Ох, что-то мне не нравится в его показаниях. Вот очень как-то много несостыковок.
Mr. Turner was roused from his bed by the sound of gunshots.
Нет, стоп. Встал с кровати. Открыл окно. Подошел к трупу. Взял трость, пошел. Открыл окно. Увидел жмуров. Что-то взял.
So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found on Kenneth Butler's body. The question is, what did he find?
Очень. Книги. Жирные отпечатки.
I can see prints from greasy fingers upon the cover of this book. Let us take a closer look.
Моби Дик.
Well now, what a find. A precious jewel, concealed inside a book.
Да, помню.
A bracelet with a unique ram's head design. A distinctive feature of ancient Grecian artifacts, probably of the Hellenistic era.
Так. Ну что, ус моржовый. Сейчас будем говорить.
Mr. Turner, how would it be possible for a man of advanced years, such as yourself, to rush from his bed to the window in a matter of seconds, as you have stated?
Well, I'm able to move very quickly, despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
Пиздишь.
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. I observe that you suffer a severe limp due to your injured right leg. It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something or someone in Half Moon Street during that time.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I could have missed something. But it did seem to me that everything happened so quickly. Time can pull tricks on you.
And what of everything else that you told us? Mr. Turner, it is vital that we have your complete and true statement.
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
Пиздишь.
Mr. Turner, you were not sincere with me. Not then, and not now.
But Mr. Holmes...
This, Mr. Turner, does not look like anything that a poor man might possess. It is worth more than the home that you live in.
I can explain.
No, merely correct me if I am wrong. You saw Leighton Chapman through the window, but you also noticed a glittering object on the ground, this precious jewel. You walked down and took the bracelet from the body of Kenneth Butler, and when you heard the whistles, you hurried away. That broke your walking stick. It caught fast between the cobbles. Constable Marrow was unable to see you in the window as you were climbing up the stairs on your way back to your flat. Upon returning home, you hid the precious jewel inside a book.
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. I didn't do anything bad. I'm just a poor man. When I chanced upon the bracelet, I saw it as an opportunity to make a little money. I was desperate. I only took the bracelet, that's all, I swear.
You made a mistake by lying to me. But you are not a criminal. I believe that. Although I must return this bracelet to its rightful owner.
Вот и сошли звезды, вывели говноеда на чистую воду. Очень интересно. Значит, возможно, кстати, мне поможет этот Юнгер.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard?
It would be my pleasure to... I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
Так, кто-то стрелял в ювелира? Или,
I
возможно...
suppose that I shall have to move my stool now.
В любом случае... Крениться. Блин, кстати, слушай, красивое слово. Сперва в Скотланд-Ярд. Как будет небоскреб, знаю. Хамаров час.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
Pum-pum-pum.
Please.
Dance.
Leighton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should a young lad like you take a gun from the hands of a dead man and set off in pursuit of a probable killer?
I know. I keep wondering that, but at the time it was like a reflex. A criminal ought to be arrested, and he was armed.
You were willing to risk your life. That was a little foolish, unless you wanted revenge.
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
Узники Вестгейта.
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have recognized one of the victims, Brian Vercotti. You knew that gentleman well, did you not?
However could you know that?
You have a typical tattoo of the Westgate Brotherhood upon your hand. I observed exactly the same mark upon Mr. Vercotti. You came to know him from your sharing a past prison sentence. Am I correct, Mr. Chapman?
Oh, God. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Would you tell me a little about Brian Vercotti?
We were convicted for a robbery. Once in prison, both of us joined one of these fraternities. During that year, we tried to help each other out, you know?
You were quite young then, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen a pound of meat. After we were released and when I saw what my little brother had become, I decided to work towards living an honest life.
And Vicotti?
He had a hard time. His sister had died in a Whitechapel dispensary while he was in prison. He had no family anymore. Our paths split. He fell back into crime.
So you lost him?
Yes. And for around 2 years, I heard no news of him at all.
We shall see you soon, young man.
Mr. Holmes?
Please believe me, Mr. Holmes. I'm not a killer.
Так, у нас появились кое-какие знакомства. Личный мотив. Да ладно. Двойной... Нет, не. Это вообще брехня. Надо навести справки о браслетике. Ой, мяу. Этакс. Как говорится, дайте архиву. Этакс.
That is not the one I need.
Нет. Нет.
That is not the one I need.
Нет. 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 Нет.
That is not the one I need. That is not the one. That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need. That is not.
Ага. Угу. А вот это
Here it
что
is.
нужно?
I need to continue my research in my archives.
Да, не вопрос. Так, исследования, газеты. Угу. Угу.
Here it is. One of the victims, Kenneth Butler, was involved in the story of the stolen Hellenistic treasures. A visit to his pawn shop should tell me more.
Почесали. Так, сейчас мозги работают. Такс.
Mr. Butler's key matches the lock perfectly.
Итак, давайте осмотрим. Альпинистское снаряжение.
These tools are exactly what I need to climb the wall.
Блин, слушай, сейчас, не знаю, там, закантуй.
This is exactly what we need in order to imitate the flash of the fireworks.
Ну-ка. Охренеть.
The ram's heads. This necklace belongs to the 5 rams of Mittelin collection. Interesting. That means that Kenneth Butler owned a part of this collection all this time, 10 years after the theft.
Очень любопытно.
It looks as though Mr. Butler kept a careful record of his operations. It looks as though Mr.
Письмеца. Значит, такс. Значит, такс. Нет, это еще не все. Это еще, зараза, далеко не все. С Half Moon Street. Блин, еще животных покормить надо. Смотрят на меня глазами своими честными. Пурурум. Пам-пам-пам.
What's up with you, lad? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for my brother to be released.
Your brother?
The one that you caught, beat up and imprisoned.
Ah, the murderer.
He ain't killed no one, copper.
Watch your mouth, lad, else you'll be joining that worthless brother of yours.
Пора ставить эксперимент.
Constable Marrow, Watson, I would like to perform another kind of reenactment with your help.
I'm listening, Mr. Holmes.
I want to check if Leighton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin air at a specific moment.
But Holmes, I don't see how.
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Leighton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him before he was blinded by the flash. Watson, you will be Leighton. When I fire the signal flare, you should start to chase me.
I understand, Holmes.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5 seconds after the signal flare. I doubt that Polly Powell would have screamed any earlier.
As you say, Mr. Holmes.
Let us begin then. Catch me if you can. The moon illuminates this wall. Anyone trying to climb it would be easily spotted by Constable Marrow. This wall is cast in shadow. It would be difficult to see anyone scaling it.
Потом как-нибудь.
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there?
is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that. Holmes? Holmes? Where are you? I cannot see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Don't worry, gentlemen. I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
I am using crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave any traces of such tools. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you. The door to the building can be found from Whitechapel Street.
Gentlemen, I am on my way down.
Угу.
These shards of glass are from the window above. It's empty. Someone broke through the window to get inside the attic, but in his haste he ripped his jacket.
Пиджак, потрепанная ткань, черные нитки.
A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope. We can conclude that the person whom Leighton saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch.
Интересно. Какого типа мне нравятся игры? Слушай, наверное, мне нравятся выживалки всякие. И, не знаю, типа, период, наверное, но если шутаны, то, наверное, период Первая, Вторая мировая. Если стратегии, то Средневековье. То есть всякие Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2, это, блин, вот вообще не для меня.
I'm always wondering what's on your... It would be my pleasure.
Пердолем на Бейкер-стрит. Надо изучить ниточки. Хмел. Кстати, а что там в телескопе показывает? Если опять тут? Да ёп. Не, чтоб что-нибудь поприличней, поинтересней.
Let us take a closer look. It is not a thread, but a hair. I very much doubt that it is human. I need to compare this sample with a human hair and a horse hair. A shaving brush is usually made from horsehair. Watson, could you please pass me your shaving brush?
Here you are.
Watson, look, what's outside the window?
Where? I don't see anything. Ouch! Holmes!
Oh, don't make such a fuss. One little hair. Human hair is significantly thinner than the black sample. The horse hair is thinner than the hair that we found. So, this black hair belongs to an animal, and it is larger than a horse. A hair from a large and exotic animal.
цирковым акробатом. Так. Угу. Фокус с исчезновением. Тебе дохаем на Халфмун-стрит. Черный экзотический зверь. Большой. Медведь. Вполне возможно, что медведь. Или кабан. Хотя нет, скорее медведь. Или волк.
Why are you looking at me all the time like that?
I'm just watching you, lad. I never know what to expect from people like you.
People like me?
Yes, street beggars and thieves.
I ain't a thief.
Oh, no? Then where did you get whatever it is that you're gnawing on? I very much doubt that you bought it.
What ain't seen can't hardly be stolen.
Wiggins.
Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you, Wiggins. The investigation has proven very interesting so far. We found facts and details that confirm your brother's innocence.
I knew it, Mr. Holmes.
But for now, Wiggins, we need your help.
Anything you like, Gov.
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London. It needs to have disposed of at least one exotic animal. A very large one.
You can count on me, Mr. Holmes.
Жить бесконечно или стать миллиардером? Блин, слушай, дай-ка подумать. Слушай, наверное, все-таки стать миллиардером. По одной простой причине. Ты можешь жить вечно, но ты устанешь от жизни. Вот серьезно. А миллиардером ты хотя бы проживешь свою жизнь так, как... Ну, если не хочешь, но хотя бы на порядок веселее. Потому что если бы я был миллиардером, я бы выкупил себе бар Крузенштерн, который вроде как в Севастополе сейчас стоит. И отправился бы в кругосветное плавание. Предварительно затарив трюмы. Дай-ка подумать. Ну, в любом случае, чем-нибудь вкусненьким. Обязательно пару комплектов для дайвинга, чтобы можно было понырять. Что еще? О. Я бы, наверное, купил себе одну очень интересную штучку. Вообще, слушай, я об этом мечтал, наверное, где-то, лет с 11, что ли. О, блин, не знаю даже, как это прозвучит, может. Хотя, в конце концов, что в этом странного? Я бы хотел себе небольшой участок земли в Японии, в классическом стиле. Прям вот перфекто. Обязательно с выходом к морю. Ну, чтобы можно было быстро добраться до своего корабля. оставшиеся, ну, типа не оставшиеся, ну и в конце концов, я бы достойно встретил старость. Потому что, ну, типа, в каждом возрасте есть свои преимущества. Если ты дряхлый старик 100 лет, то ты можешь прилюдно пердеть, а все тебе будут только улыбаться. Ну, это я так утрирую. Не, улыбаться-то, конечно, будут, потому что, ну, камон, где-то еще может, причем еще как. А потом, когда пойму, что дыхание, как говорится, смерти уже облизывает мне затылок, я бы встал за штурвал, вышел бы в Тихий океан и добрался бы до островов Фиджи. Или, например, до островов архипелага Тонга. Там бы посадил корабль на мель, построил бы себе бамбуковую хижину и спокойно доживал свои деньки, питаясь бананками, кокосами, манго и рыбкой. Вот такая вот штука. Я мечтатель. И, к сожалению, моим мечтам не суждено сбыться. Увы и ах.
I do hope that those children don't get into trouble, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. I predict some news in 7 seconds.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
Так, изображение.
And this is a young Indian elephant, the highlight of the show. Duval Brothers, a well-known travelling circus that is currently stopped in London. I believe that is exactly the type of circus we are looking for. I'll pay it a visit.
Ну, вот так вот. Сколько людей, столько мнений.
You! Stop right there.
О,
Good morning, sir. Pardon me, but why am I not allowed to walk around here?
Because it's private.
Well, I only wanted to meet the artistes.
Hmm? You're wanting to apply for... Nah. You don't look like the type of, artistic lockpicker that we're looking for.
You might be surprised.
What? Nah. I don't think so. Clear off. You're a bit slow to catch on, eh? Get lost.
Переодеться для визита в цирк. Окей, будет тебе. О, я бы обязательно вооружил корабль 37-миллиметровыми пушками типа М-37. Только флотского варианта. Откатные. О, вот. Ну и естественно, как говорится, в последний путь я поднял черный флаг. Что ты думаешь по поводу ковида? О, господи, блин. Слушай, меня об этом спрашивает мама, меня об этом спрашивает бабуля, меня об этом спрашивают соседи. И, блин, слушай, я вот всем всегда говорю одно и то же. Это дерьмо серьезнее, чем говорят. Вот абсолютно. Понимаешь, России в какой-то мере повезло. Просто смотри, объясню тебе такую штучку. У человека есть такая хрень, как врожденный иммунитет. Собственно говоря, в детстве его нет совсем. Ну, относительно есть. Поэтому маленькие дети очень легко заболевают. У старых людей он ослаблен, потому что, ну, как бы возраст берет свое. Люди среднего возраста, то есть где-то от 25 до 45, имеют, ну, скажем так, наиболее средний иммунитет, усредненный. Опять же, на развитие и, скажем так, мощь иммунитета влияет, скажем так, частота приема человеком антибиотиков. Антибиотики, ну, это лекарства, ты знаешь. И, собственно говоря, чем, например, если человек, скажем, простуду просто переболел, то есть позволил организму самому справиться, его организм в какой-то мере становится подготовленней. Если же человек горстями жрет антибиотики, причем такие, знаешь, прям ядреные, то его организм, ну, условно говоря, очень условно, принимает следующее решение. Ага, с помощью вот этой химической херни извне можно расслабить булки, и иммунитет ослабевает. Собственно говоря, поэтому в России, ну, скажем так, объем зараженных, ну, по сравнению с остальным миром, ну, скажем так, скачок вот этой пандемии, он припозднился. Потому что, например, Италия и США, там вот прям вот культ антибиотиков. В любой непонятной ситуации жри антибиотики. Вот. Собственно говоря, у них иммунитет был ослаблен. Собственно говоря, поэтому объем заражений такой высокий. В России же, ну сам понимаешь, лечиться дорого, таблетки дорогие. Поэтому не все, конечно, но предпочитают переболеть легкой простудой или ОРВИ с помощью народных средств. То есть куриный бульон, горчишник, шалфей и горячий чай с лимоном. Это в какой-то мере укрепило наш иммунитет. Но, скажем так, до поры до времени, потому что вирусы, ну, в принципе, сама по себе штука довольно адаптивная. То есть она не то чтобы быстро, но все-таки привыкает. И постепенно если говорить проще, то вирус это такой, знаешь, своеобразный взломщик. Он рано или поздно подберет нужную отмычку. С Россией пришлось повозиться подольше, поэтому, когда сейчас в той же самой Италии и США идет вот самый пик, ну, скажем так, пандемии, и он пока только нарастает, в России он только так, знаешь, так довольно плавно идет на подъем. Да, не спорю, это ебать пугает. Потому что, блять, камон, по 1500-3 тысячи зараженных в день, это, блять, вообще не смешно. Само порой очко арматуру перекусывает. Но при этом я прекрасно понимаю то, что, блин, камон, кое-где и похуже. Реально хуже. Блин, ну чтоб ты понимал, если я все помню верно, и если это не фейк, на что я надеюсь, блять, это ебаный фейк. В Испании Ледовый дворец переоборудовали под морг. То бишь хранилище трупов. Я не знаю, правда это, вымысел, вброс или, скажем так, определенное предположение. Но, блять, это реально пугает. Вот что я думаю по поводу вот этой вот эпидемии. Продолжаем. О, письма. Ну-ка. Сенсация. Вообще мало зараженных. Ну, слушай, не забывай о такой штуке, как замалчивание. Потому что в России, ну, у нас тоже замалчивали, ну, как могли. Пока могли, тогда замалчивали. Потому что, ну, давай смоделируем ситуацию. Есть Россия. Есть Китай. Пограничные государства. Запомнили? И тут херак. В пограничном с Россией государстве вспыхивает эпидемия, которая расползается, как ёбжишь вашу мать. И пока объем зараженных исчисляется десятками тысяч, а у нас в России ничего такого нет. Учитывая то, что от Владивостока до границы с Китаем, ну, блин, поправьте, если я не прав, ну, километров 15. Чувствуете? Пиздежом пахнет. Вот. И вот только когда реально поняли то, что, блин, ситуация реально выходит из-под контроля, у всех что-то затряслись жопы и что-то как-то Знаешь, типа, количество зараженных начало расти в геометрической прогрессии. Я вот уверен, в Украине сейчас вот то же самое. Сперва будут молчать до последнего, а потом что-то как-то это... Опять же, Украина — это пограничное с Россией государство. Украина — это пограничное государство с Прибалтикой, если я все помню верно. Ну, блин, вроде пограничное. У меня по географии было туговато. И как бы и там есть зараженные. На Украине их мало? Быть может. Своевременно приняли меры? Быть может. Но, братан, они есть. Пока есть зараженные, есть и очаг заражения. И если, скажем так, не принять определенные меры, то эта вся срань поползет как чума. Не то чтобы я хотел нести панику, но, блять, я рационалист. Окей? Да. Так, а чё я хотел... А, точно, мне надо переодеться. Надо переодеться. Ох, сейчас мы как переоденемся, таким красавчиком станем. Бандит. И к гримерному столику. Ух, сейчас такого красавца создадим. О. Вот это похоже на бандоса. Небритый, грязный, разве что в штанах не насрано.
I'd better wear a shabby hat.
Потрепанную шляпу. Не, никуда он не уйдет. Ну-ка.
Stay where you are. What are you doing here, and where is Sherlock Holmes?
Calm down, Watson. Take deep breaths now. It's me.
Thank God, Holmes. I can't get used to your disguises.
Thank you, Watson. That means I am ready to go.
Сам подумай. По крайней мере, общественный транспорт. Куча людей. В жаре. Потные. Не утихнет.
Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Nigel. I'm here to open the locks.
Talented, eh? Let's see. Go inside the marquee and show yourself to Charles Foley. And I'd highly advise you not to trick him. Got that?
I've got it.
So, everything is here, just as you asked. And what about the money? Some of the barrels are wet. Transportation issues, it couldn't be helped. Whatever. We'll be here after midnight to pick up the supplies. I want to be paid first. No. You'll be paid after we make the transfer, as I said. Right? I hope that no one saw you. The police are on the lookout. Of course not. I'm a professional. Glad to hear it. Be ready for tonight, then.
All right.
From lambs into lions. Those are words of encouragement and defiance. That's a picture of a contemporary gentleman wearing a Robin Hood hat. Interesting. This poster was clearly made to fire up rebellion amongst the people. This printing press is old, but still quite capable of printing hundreds of pages per day.
90 тысяч. Ну да. Ну, слушай, предположим, вот эти цифры вот абсолютно достоверно верны. Не забывай то, что умерло 90, но именно сама смертность и летальность это разные вещи. Смертность это сухая статистика, сколько человек умерло. А летальность это, скажем так, сколько жизни унесла непосредственно болезнь. Потому что сам по себе вирус дает осложнение на иммунитет, особенно в области легких. Ферштейн.
There are enough posters to paste across half of London's walls. This wooden barrel is damaged. It is difficult to say what is inside. There is a spot on this barrel that was intentionally painted out. The crest of the Honourable Artillery Company. Could it be gunpowder? I need to be sure. Judging by the fractions and the scent, I can confirm that it is, in fact, gunpowder.
Порох. Бочки с порохом.
The barrels are roughly clustered. It seems as though they were brought here in a hurry.
Старые бочки с порохом.
Powder kegs, a printing press, and a great many blank papers. All of this was stolen by the Merry Men quite recently. And these poster samples. I am quite sure it is not a coincidence. The Merry Men are planning some sort of sabotage.
Stop right there. Who are you?
Are you Charles Foley?
Maybe.
They say that I can open any door.
Do they now? We'll see that lock near the chains on the table over there. Open that.
Ну-ка посмотрим. Сейф. Есть что-то еще. Угу. Так. Что там на столе? А, зашибись, то есть эту личинку еще и двигать можно. Ей. Боб. Завтра будешь стримить? Посмотрим.
Well, all right. What's your name?
Nigel Shirley, from York.
Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me? Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher Foley, in prison. He told me all about his betrayal and all about you. Before I was released, he told me that you might find a job for me one day and pay me some money for me craft.
Well, he died 7 days ago in prison.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. The traitor has paid the blood price for it. And you'll do the job anyway, because I need a talented lockpicker. I know just where to search for his legacy.
It's all about the Hellenistic treasures, isn't it?
Osh, you fool. Now, listen up. You'll come with us tonight, and you better mind yourself.
Us? Wait, who's coming then?
Billy, Jack and me.
And what will I get for that?
We'll share the loot. The one you seem to know about.
Right.
Wait for us at the abandoned manor house on the corner of Ladbroke Grove and Kensington Park Road at midnight.
Deal.
Дело пахнет керосин. Ты не хочешь спать? Честно, немножко рубит, но не критично.
Here I am at the manor. Somewhere inside it are the Hellenistic treasures. This lock is quite old. It shouldn't be much of a challenge.
Несложный, блин. Так, вот. Ой-ой. Ты знал каким-то спортом? Блин, слушай, нет, наверное. Давайте пропустим. Я в кузне работаю у себя. Я в кузне работаю у себя. Не то чтобы дури молодецкой много, но хватает.
This cupboard is an absolute mess. Several books have fallen from the shelves. It seems as though this cupboard can be moved. I'll give it a try.
Bob.
So, that's the lock I must open tonight. Let me see.
Так, он хотя бы без поворотной головы. Так. Какие города знаешь из Украины? Бердянск, Одесса, Чернигов, Киев, Харьков, Львов, Мариуполь. Ёбаный по голове, шо ж так? Такс. Блин, ну.
What a surprise. Another lock. I recall that precious key around Foley's neck. Let us check the thieves' possible escape routes in the event that they are caught off guard by the police from the front door.
Подготовить ловушки.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. This door is a perfect means of escape in an a solid rope. A solid. This door leads to a kitchen.
Требуется предмет.
This should be. The door is now blocked.
Есть. Тебя, кстати, как зовут? Рома меня зовут.
The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police. This hatch leads to a cellar. This should be...
Есть.
This works very well. No one will escape through this window now.
Боб. И теперь второй этаж.
Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape. Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape. This should be useful.
Стоп, мне показалось, или я там видел внизу кувалду?
Now, if anyone takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the chandelier fall.
Господи. Месье Шерлок.
One step on these beads, and our thief will go flying. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
А, не шахтовать.
Any thief who finds his way upstairs will roll down very quickly. If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down.
Да бля, вроде бы все.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. There is no ladder. If anyone falls here, he will need assistance to get out.
Чтоб ты выбрал BMW или Mercedes. BMW-шку, наверное.
This hatch leads to a... This hatch...
Требуется предмет. Наверное, нужно какое-нибудь покрывало или типа того. Шерлок. Шерлок, етить колотить, вот серьезно. Один дома, блин. Пресиквел.
Now, it's not an open hatch, just a nice carpet on the floor. I should walk carefully. Now, if a thief runs through the kitchen, he'll pay a surprise visit to the cellar. The traps for my circus companions are all prepared. I can leave now, but I'll return later with Charles Foley and his companions.
Boom. Какой же отстойки 7 и 8.
Police! Police! Stop where you are!
Where are they?
Trapped, Watson, with your assistance.
How so?
Well, you sounded just like a real Bobby, my dear fellow. You startled them into the traps.
Не знаю.
I did?
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You scum!
And this is the pistol used for the murder in Half Moon Street.
How'd you know about that?
Have you closed the case yet, Sherlock?
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you, but you should be pleased to know that you have served our queen well, in this instance. So now, let us catch the big fish. But this man is not one of the merry men?
No.
Then why exactly are we here, Sherlock?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, has been involved in a double murder, and the hunter of a set of valuable antiques, the Hellenistic treasures, which disappeared in a theft many years ago.
You're no better than the coppers!
Ну-ка.
Holmes, that is incredible. The Hellenistic treasures.
Indeed.
Nothing but trifles. Where are the merry men?
I don't know why you are asking me, Mycroft. They are yours to find.
I'll see you soon, dear brother.
Мордоч какой.
What a beautiful...
Don't move, you flim-flammer.
The trap with the chandelier worked perfectly. Charles Foley has been knocked out. One of Foley's companions. He is unconscious. One of Foley's companions. He is unconscious.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Да.
Charles Foley, you committed the crime of premeditated murder and of theft. You will be severely punished for your deeds.
You are pitiful, you Scotland Yard dog.
Save your words for the gallows. I'm sure the journalists will love them. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friends here into custody.
Where are you going?
I have unfinished business. I'll see you at Baker Street.
Неоконченное дело.
Be careful with the lamps. Don't bring them too close to the barrels.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who's there?
That is of no importance. What matters is who you are and the plans that you have here.
So you can stop us from carrying them out?
Eventually, yes.
Hey, careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that already. We are the men who've already lost everything of value in their lives. We are ruined shopkeepers. We are workers who were fired from their jobs, honest people who were robbed. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street, and all of this in the name of the so-called law. The laws that were set out by our government. The laws that make the commoners only more vulnerable and the wealthy more protected. We are not only from the British Empire. Some of us are from the new lands, America, Australia, and we are many. But men we are still, and we are merry for that we stopped being afraid. For those powers that be had done their best to plant the fear inside our souls, and we accepted it so easily. The fear advised us to keep our heads bowed. It prevented us from fighting. Bankers and politicians, they own our lives, our work, our bread, and they push us to compete between each other, just to see who may serve them better. But in the end, they are the few, so they are weak. They are nothing without their titles. We should not fear them. Our so-called masters should fear us instead. The time has come for our group to stand tall. Our great and many merry men. We are going to blow up the London Stock Exchange. No life shall be lost. But ownerships, debts, and property titles? They shall all be destroyed. They're only papers, after all. So many people will be freed over this night.
That is a radical step to take. What result do you truly expect?
Chaos. But soon people will understand that they are free, and that they don't belong to anyone.
Oh.
They will be able to work for themselves, together, without letting the rulers dictate what to do, and finally justice will arise.
What you are intending to do is a crime. It is not justice.
How do you see justice, then? Kids go to prison for a loaf of dry bread. And how many lords do you see punished for stealing from their people? Sending them to their deaths in mines, or overseas to fight for land? Our masters wouldn't hear us. So now it's time to sing the song of the merry men. Will you let us do our duty?
Нет, конечно, это терроризм. Я считаю так. По факту это терроризм. По факту.
When people fight the order, they are too blind to see the consequences that throw society into chaos. I shall stop your actions, but not you. Run. Now!
Бум! Вот это жахнуло. Сколько там было? 20 бочек пороха. Набабахнул дай дороги. Нравится.
So, you're interested in Russian literature now?
Quite, lately.
It is an interesting book. I remember a few lines.
Really? I tried reading it myself, but I had a hard time understanding it.
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, I vaguely recall one of the lines. Sometimes it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. There were also a few words along the lines of pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. Tell me, Doctor, does my brother show any signs of pain or suffering?
Not that I know of.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart. So deep that he does not recall where he places his love.
Well, I'm sure that...
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed towards the Empire. For without it, we would be nothing. A country filled with uncivilized men.
And the Empire needs order and discipline. It has no room for chaos.
People who commit crimes, or at the very least intend them, deserve punishment, Sherlock. Without justice, there can be no civilization.
But we serve the truth, not justice.
Your truth, Doctor, that may prove immoral. Allowing people to terrorize London, destabilizing the whole empire.
Terrorize only the powers whom you serve, Mycroft. Not I, not Watson, not Mrs. Hudson, not Wiggins.
Sherlock, the merry men are to be stopped.
Not by me. You created the merry men. Stop them yourself. Only make sure that you don't create 10 more merry men by arresting the one.
Good night, Dr. Watson.
Anything in the post, Watson? Any clients worthy of our attention?
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new neighbour. She urges you to remove your...
Oh, I don't care about that.
Holmes, the lady who will be moving in shortly has requested the use of our spare room to place all of her boxes.
Wait, what? A lady?
Huh? Oh. Да. Объективный. Все. Типа да. О, еще и послесловие. Ну-ка, ну-ка, ну-ка. Окей. Угу. Итого 6 дел. Кстати. Да. Собственно, ребят, на этом игра заканчивается. Однако я знаю, что есть и еще одна часть. Играем. Но это уже... Курвическая сила и моя курвическая нога. Хрустит-то как. Так, я знаю, что есть еще вторая часть. Crimes and Punishments. Сейчас, Упс. Такс. Ой. Блин, ее на халяву раздавали. Я и забрал. Такс. Па-па-па-па-па. Ой, вообще не то. О, да, Шерлок Холмс, The Devil's Daughter. За косарь? Мама мия. Очень интересно. Надо будет изучить на досуге. Ладно, ребятки, давайте, наверное, на этом будем закругляться. В Москве сейчас 4:30 утра. Я голодный, как барракуда, мне очень болят колени. Спасибо, что зашли. Рассказывайте о канале друзьям. Приводите их на стримы. Что еще сказать? Будьте здоровы. Времена все-таки непростые. А я пойду бутербродиков наварюсь. Покедова. Увидимся.